Morning all, I'm just going to get a quick table just before, we're a few minutes before it's starting. So here's the current positions in this team tournament. USA currently ranked 4th. So they're playing the host Turkey today. Okay, back in a moment. Morning all, just got my iPad just in case. So let's have a look at the events now. And Nakamura that's the Kamsky game, rather. Robson. Get that. Kobian is playing again today. That was a very exciting game yesterday from Rusin. So can he do it against Can? Kamsky thingy, and let's try and get this other one of great interest. Nakamura is not loading. Why isn't that loading? Oh dear, we're a game short here. Maybe I should make someone aware of that. Intriguing. Let's see what Honestchuk against Yilmaz is. What board? Essen against Robson. Goes in can. I'm going to check yours is board 10. And what's on board 9 is the question. Okay, what's on board 8? Board 10. 11. 12. 13. So, now we've got the 4 games. So Nakamura is not spurious. He's not playing. So Krishna, you're saying that Nakamura isn't playing. That seems to be an interesting observation. We've got Kamsky here, black against Solak. We've got, let's take away the Giri Aronian. Onischuk against Yilmaz. Get rid of Giri Aronian. So Kamsky. Essen against Robson. Onischuk against Yilmaz. Solak set up. Solak against Nakamura. Let's just check on the site, see the pairings today. We got a game. Onischuk has played d4, d5. Slav, I guess, very popular at the moment. c4, c6, probably. Jacobian is white, playing d4. Essen is playing Robson, played d4. Solak against Kamsky. c6. Kamsky is playing c6. So given the Jacobian was so brilliant yesterday, I wonder if we should focus on the Jacobian more today. G6. Oh, this should be fun. This isn't seen that much at high levels. G6. The Austrian attack would be the most interesting if we got an Austrian attack, but we might be getting something with a quick C5. You never know here. If we have a look at this, so we can get this Pierce kind of thing, or modern. We could have this dreaded Austrian attack with F4. I'm not sure I would recommend bishop g5 without extensively researching it. F4 is the most kind of standard, I think, Austrian attack. But so Onischuk against Yilmaz. Oh, we had black taking the pawn, queen's game accepted, and Essen against Robson is looking to be a King's Engine defense. Maybe white's going to play g3 because he has omitted knight c3. Yep, he's played g3. 50 points for me because white hasn't played that g3, so it's sort of fianchetto variations, avoiding kind of Groomfield stuff. I don't think black wants to play d5 because we could just take that. If knight takes e4, we've got that nice centre without any structural damage that you get with knight takes c3. So I think it's less tempting generally to play d5 now. So there's a King's. I'll be interested to see how Robson plays this King's Engine defence for Fianchetto. Maybe he'll play for c6 and d5 rather than the King's Engine like d6. So where will he put his pawns? Or he might even play for a quick c5. So there's g6 here. A6. So Black's preparing that b5 and then bishop b7 usually. Or maybe quick c5 as well. So on the Jacobian game, how are the boards looking? Oh, they're a bit truncated at the bottom, aren't they? I don't know if the boards are getting a bit better. Not yet. What have I done? Why aren't the boards? Why are the boards truncated still? Okay. Maybe I could move it up a bit. Oh. How's that? So we've got this f3, so it's going to be a Simish King's Engine potentially here with this f3. That should be nice to know. Oh no! Stop doing that. So we've got a Simish King's Engine position. So we might have two King's Engines today, which is one of my favourite openings, at least at club level. So two King's Engines, fantastic. The King's Engine defence was used extensively by Garry Kasparov. He won many of the Linares series of events, as well as other tournaments with the King's Engine defence. But its popularity has declined in recent years generally. So Ruzen's playing knight e2 now. Knight e2. Wow. Interesting. What's the idea of not playing knight c3 but knight e2? Some sort of nuance here already. Intriguing. Okay, yeah. Let's see what's happening now on these others. So Solak against ooh, this is quite well developed, this position. I'll make this bit. Let's have a look. So Caracal exchange with a quick c4. Quick b3. Black's usually going to round this pawn up later. Say a6 sometimes. b5, bishop b7. Or maybe because d5 is usually collectible. But white might be trying bishop f3, but there was a very, very interesting game of David Bronstein playing this as black against Stuart Conquest. He crushed Stuart Conquest in Lloyd's Bet Masters many years back in this line. I think there was a real problem with white's play in that game exposed, that if white tries to really cling on to d5 too much, black gets in good dark square counterplay with later stuff like knight g4 and f2. Conquest got massacred on the king side. I mean, kept his pawn for a while, but he got massacred. Black just got fierce, king side play. So white's got to be careful trying to cling on to this pawn. But I guess Solak playing this system is experienced with it. So this should be a very interesting game. So Kamsky's being forced to play dynamically from the start. White might be trying to cling on to that d5 pawn. So Essen against Robson. Oh, let's have a look at this. Actually, this board's okay now. Oh no, it's still it's truncated at the bottom. Let's bring it out there. If I bring up the whole ICC thing, that would help. Minimize the black ribbon a bit. I'm just trying to get the board a bit up here. So g3, d5. I think there we can see the bottom of the board soon. How are the boards now? As far as I can see, there's important information for me as well. And the bottom of the board is visible. How is that now? We've got the clock. We've got the clock times. The approximate clock times. So what's happening here? This is already a lot of theory being played very, very quickly. Let's just review this again. Okay, let's have a look slowly at this. So Robson played, instead of playing King's Engine style, he did play for a quick d5 anyway and took on c4. And this does create structural damage anyway, because we're isolating the A pawn this c3. Interesting, nifty idea. So it's a bit like the Greenfield structure when black takes on c3 in a recapture. We've still isolated this pawn. And now that pressure on d4. So it looks Greenfield-ish. One thing about this knight could help grip e5, and also this bishop might actually go over here, but yeah, I don't know, this looks a bit on the solid side, this structure against this bishop at the moment. Probably very theoretical, but knight c4 looks as though it creates an iron grip on e5 for a moment, and then bishop a3, it looks as though white might be comfortable, but black is denying rook b1s, so we'd have to go with rook c1 later, maybe. How are the boards, everyone? The boards are okay now? This kind of position should be okay. We can see the clock times as far as I can see, and critical information. Afternoon, the whiteness. Okay, rook c8 has been played. Interesting. Fast tactics maybe emerging, which might be useful. Knight c4 looks as though it's potentially falling victim to something. Not quite sure what. Maybe knight b4. That could be unpleasant. Just to or even knight d3 just to interfere and take this guy. We just maybe move here. That looks unpleasant for rook c2. There's queen b5. No, I doubt it. I doubt it. That's the idea. White's pretty solid here. We could take on a2. Just generally some queenside pressure here with this rook on c8. Okay. This is solid, right? But what do we do with this bishop? Do we put it on d2 or b2? And what about knight h4 here? Where does that go? Bishop g4? f3, and we've got a problem with the knight. Play bishop f1. Let's play knight b2. f4. Try and continue with bishop b2, and that's worth it. Is this worth it? Knight h4. Afternoon sneak critical. So okay, so this is someone called Essen, not Mark Essen, but another Essen. A very interesting King's Engine Simish here with a6. Honest check against Yilmaz. Oh, this has progressed quite a bit. Maybe that it looks fairly standard, really. Whatever the theory is here, I don't know. It looks like fairly standard stuff. I think at the moment, this is for me an interesting position to check out. Knight h4 is probably met with bishop g4. White doesn't really want to create loads of weaknesses later. If we don't play knight h4, knight c4 looks as though, you know, we want to improve this knight in principle. I wonder if just b5, for instance, knight e5, knight takes, or d takes actually. That's not very nice. Knight e5, e4. Knight d5. Ah, we're coming into c3 here. b4, knight c3. Is that plausible? Because we've got this rook c2 business. Bishop b2, rook c2. Knight c4, b5. Knight takes, rook c2. I'll just take this. Yeah, no big deal. Okay. So knight c4. What do you guys think about knight c4? Tell me, is this a terrible move? Have I missed something? Oh, immediately. Well, I thought we might want to improve that. Okay, we could leave that there. I suppose it's guarding c2. So you're saying knight e5. Knight e5. So Mr. Portraits of past. Knight e5. Yeah. You're threatening to isolate pawns here with knight takes c6. Do some structural damage. Good idea. So now definitely this is out of the question. We're controlling the d5 square. Yeah, what a move. It does justify the rook glaring at the queen here. Yeah. Let's go with knight a5. So we're protecting b7. We're getting out of the way. So this knight's still covering c2 though. I mean, it's kind of useful on a3. E4. Or it's queen b5 as well. That could be an annoying bit of pressure on the queen side. And also this knight might be a target to bishop d2 later. Knight e5. Yes, the more I look at that now, I must be honest, I prefer it to anything else. What do you guys think about knight e5? Oh, hang on. If we take, we can play knight d7. Bishop b2. We've got that pin for the moment. Bishop b2. We're still going to play maybe e4 later. That's not too bad. Interesting. Knight e5. Interesting. Any objections in the house to knight e5? What do you think about knight e5? It looks good to me for the moment, based on current evidence. Knight e5. I can't see. Okay, what does black do? What does black do here? Oh, bishop e4. Hang on, bishop e4. We can challenge this bishop. F3. And then e4 after. E4 here. Don't know what black does. I don't know if this is theory. I don't know any of the theory of this. I don't know if anyone knows the theory, but knight e5. You know, it looks as though we've got this option, quite attractive options. Let's look up this guy's FIDE rating. So Essen from Turkey. I wonder what his FIDE rating is. He's the rank 6th in Turkey, born 1986, Barris Essen, 2556 FIDE rating. If we just check, I'll tell you the other FIDE ratings for a moment. Jacobian playing against Can. Can is ranked 7th. He's 2519, born 1990. So 2519. Yilmaz is rank 3 actually. He's rank 3, Yilmaz, in Turkey. He's 2577. So they're all below 2600 at the moment, from the names I've mentioned. 2577, born 1992, one of the younger members of the team. So Yilmaz. Jacobian against Can, on the stroke against Yilmaz. Alright, we're missing a game here, hang on. Solak against Kamsky. Get rid of the Solak against Kamsky. Now Solak is rank 2 in Turkey, so he's the highest ranked in Turkey. You know, he's above 2600. Solak is a 2618. I don't think the UK team somehow qualified. I don't know the background to this tournament very much. Does anyone? I would assume they didn't qualify. So white's clinging on to that pawn. Let's have a look. So he won that pawn. It's standard stuff to try and cling on to it. Queen b6. You see, David Bronstein wouldn't play Queen b6. There was a really vicious hack attack on the dark squares, as I mentioned, in the David Bronstein game. It's one of his more notable games. I don't think David Bronstein played Queen b6. But anyway, Queen b6. We do get this A-file pressure, which is useful. And we're going to try and get, black's going to try and get d5 back. Oh, that could be very, very annoying actually. Knight f4, bishop f5. Let's have a look at this. Oh, d6 has been played. So d6, jettisoning the pawn, liberating the bishop. That's taken by the rook. So black's not even a pawn down. So bishop f4, rook d7. So we've got these double pawns, and okay, white's got this kind of bishop pair. Black's got this pressure on the A file. This is technically an isolated pawn. I wonder. Blockade square on d5. We just play knight d5 next. Say rook d1. Play this. What's this bishop doing? Bishop's a problem here. Come on, it's a problem. What do you do about this? Rook c7. No, not rook c7. We chase this guy first. No, we can't chase that guy. Knight d5. Oh, what to do about this bishop? Okay, let's go to another game for a moment. Which one? Cobian against Can. Ah, the knight went right. Why does he want that knight there? Puts this knight over here. Is that somehow better than having on e2? More suppression of b5 potentially. You're going to have the option of knight a3 to try and suppress b5. This knight coming here rather than knight here. That's intriguing. Oh, bishop d2 was played here in Robson game. Okay, bishop d2. Bishop d2 and what's happening there? That rules out queen a5 actually. So maybe queen b5 is coming up. And it rules out knight b4s. Knight e5 might still be on the cards as well as queen b5. Hi, game per frame. Right, so we've had a move somewhere. Let's have a quick look around. Solak against Kamsky. Played rook d1. Let's just work this out just for theoretical interest actually. This is because I'm interested in King's Engine games in particular. Why would someone, out of interest, does anyone have answers for this, put this knight here rather than this knight here? So Akobian played knight e2 and knight c3. What is so bad about, I mean, is this terrible? Knight c3 and we're blocking this bishop. I don't know if the knight can move here later. What do you guys think about that? I'm more used, well, traditionally it was just played like this, wasn't it? I think b5, I don't know, b5 somehow looks more tempting potentially as a gambit. The way Rosens have played this. So he played knight e2. As soon as there's a thought of b5, it's suppressed with the knight moving here. So, okay, we've got immediately the bishop eyeing b5 as well as the knight. But this knight is left some sort of flexibility. Where is this knight going? Go like this. I don't know where this knight's going. It controls b5 more, yeah. I mean, it's not something that I've ever considered, funny enough, as white, so it's a bit of an eye-opener. And now black, he provoked a4, and so white's weakened b4, and this seems logical to try and use the b4 square. This knight though can maybe come to control b4 a bit. I don't think that's that significant. So bishop e3 castles. I suppose now, you know, we can play comfortably bishop e2 to keep a view on d4 and castle kingside. And black could try and use this b4 square. Does it matter? I mean, it looks nice, but does it do much? On the other hand, what is white's strategic break here? I think just the official website URL, which I put in the title of these videos, if you just go to the official website URL, you get the pairings, etc. So I think this is the penultimate round, actually, isn't it? Isn't this the tomorrow's the final round? I'm saying knights. I don't know, where do we want to move this knight? A3, E5, D5, C5. Then we can get that B5 square. Yeah, I think this might be quite tasty if E5, D5, that looks for me quite tasty for white. Because of the space advantage. Say black did close up. Would that be terrible? Well, if you play D takes, oh yeah, maybe bishop C5 here. It's annoying, actually. Yeah, that could become quite annoying. Maybe black doesn't want to play E5. It's interesting how black will try and generate some counterplay here. Because actually, by playing A5, black has ruled out, you know, B5 break. It's like he's given up on that. He's just going to maybe plonk a knight here. But where is black's pawn breaks? Black's pawn breaks. Okay, so let's check Kamsky's game. Still rook d1 there. So Essen against Robson, bishop d2. Oh, I think maybe bishop e4 might be. Okay, we've got to move somewhere. Oh, what's happened here? Blimey. Let's try not to connect twice. c5 takes c6. Puts the bishop on c6. Oh, he's won the A pawn. Oh, what's going on here? Why did white want to win that A pawn in particular? There's no bishop b5 here, we just take and we're on the rook. It's giving black a bit of counterplay. So he's played this. Okay, it does look at the a6, but really take on a6, queen b6. Something clever about this. Oh, bishop c4. Black takes. I suppose we got b3. Quick bishop e2. Bishop e2. And it sort of looks good, the bishop. If bishop takes, oh, again, e3.
Check.
Okay. Knight a3 here. It's really okay, let's have a look at this. So bishop e3, knight a3, the knight's coming to c2. I think the knight a6 is still plausible. And in this position, I mean, I don't think it matters if we try and stop knight b4 like this. Or does it? We take knight a2. Knight e2. That could be a problem. Queen a4. No, I'm not sure about all this. Just an idea. I don't think it matters that much to do that. Well, just queen d2. Just leave the knight. Just play queen d2. Knight b4. Bishop e2. Does it matter? Just a lot of work, isn't it? These nuances. This position, does it really matter with a knight on b4? White could play later, just castling, and maybe h3, f4. You know, stuff like this. Bishop f3, e5 later. Could change the whole structure on the king side later if he wants, and just leave that knight on b4. Yeah. E6 here. Puts the brake on D5. Knight D5 looks as it's coming up. Knight D5. Oh, maybe Rook A5 later. And then B5. Oh, Rook A5, B5. Game for Fate. I'm thinking maybe he can even afford castles queenside, so the Jacobian game. I don't see anything for black, and he's behind in development. I see. So maybe castling queenside, you're saying? It's intriguing. Yeah, if he controls the B5 square, maybe. Interesting. Okay, pawn breaks, yeah. Let's have a quick look at this this Kamsky game again. So, in black playing e6, and this looks like an isolated pawn. It looks like this rook might come out later, potentially, maybe to support b5. So let's have a look at a3, knight d5. Threatens the bishop. Bishop goes back. Just wondering how to get rid of this piece. I mean, make it better. Maybe 5 on the cards. Black play here. What's black play? It just takes 95. Maybe 5. Because the knight's holding up everything. Yeah. So right, white's play knight b5, knight d5, bishop g3. Let's play rook ac1. Wow. Isn't he giving up this pawn? No, he's not. The bishop. One bishop.
Check.
Okay, so one bishop. And knight b5 to follow. Looks at the bishop. I don't know, this bishop on c8 is a bit of a concern in this position. So knight d5, we're attacking this. Let me just go here. I mean, knight takes, rook takes on the bishop, knight d5. We can just take that. No, we can't. Giving the bishop d7. Let's take that. Rook c1, bishop d7, rook c7, bishop c6. Sort of enough. Move this back here. And a3, rook c2, and double c8, b5, b5. Get this bishop out. a3, rook here, b6, b6, bishop b7. This will be good. Bishop sorted on b7. Move these guys up one. Give b7 for the bishop. Let's play the knight, the other knight. So he's keeping the pressure on a2. So he's threatening knight takes, and then knight takes better. Right, so take. I don't suppose taking like this is any good. No, we don't want a fixed target there. So we take like this, b5, b5. If quicker knight b4 is on a2, so we play a3. There's actually b4 here as well. So this a-file pressure is interesting. No, I don't know, maybe it's not good. Get tempo. Maybe just b6, so we get bishop b7 in. We can solve this bishop problem. I mean, this is nice for black here. We've got a nice blockade on d5 against the unset queen's pawn. Nice b4 possible at some point. Bishop problem. Also there's bishop h6 as well to control c1. If black can solve this problem, this looks beautiful. Blockade on d5 to look forward to, without the downside of that bishop. These pawns coming here. I mean, where else is the bishop destined to go in this game with that e6 being played? It surely must go to b7. Have a look at Robson game again. Bishop d2 was the last move, so just review the Robson game. Bishop d2. Some stuff's been happening here. C6, so took e4. e4. Okay, there's a loose piece here on a4 which could be useful in the future. Right. Is this dangerous for black? So like Queen b6 from Robson. Knight c4 is Queen a6. That would be an annoying pin. Knight c4, Queen a6. Probably annoying pin. I like Bishop f1. Going to another annoying pin of Bishop f1. Bishop g4 maybe. Queen b6. Interesting. And the Jacobians. E5. E5 is being played. Alright, let's try and work this out from my perspective. It's a Cobian game, difficult strategically to understand, I think. Okay, I'm not sure White really wants to play D takes here, because Black has that C5 control. This usually just helps Black with that C5 later, you know, things like this, and then using C5 later. And you know, there's classic maneuvers in the King's Engine like this. You know, I'm not sure, and this is a good reason. But if we look at some forcing moves just to see, takes bishop b6 here. Oh, we're on a5 actually. Whoa! Concretely, this is interesting. On a5. Rook moves. Let's dare take this. Place. Protecting the rook. b4 is knight b3. That's enough, isn't it? Let's go bishop c7. Knight takes. Knight c2. Protecting the rook. Whoa. Hey. Hang on a sec. What do you guys think about this? D takes E with the idea of bishop b6 after. I don't think there's too many choices for Black. D takes, queen takes. Try and nab this a pawn for fun. And knight c5, knight c2. Not knight c2, I mean bishop here. Knight takes. What else? Knight e3 to d4. I take knight c2. That's interesting. Can really play like this? Can he? GM Can, is he really playing like this? This bishop b6 stuff, I don't know. What do you think about this position, guys? Bishop b6 here. Looks a little bit dangerous, doesn't it? Bishop b6. I know it's kind of being pedantic about the a pawn, but how does Black actually get the pawn back without incurring damage? I hope the chat's still okay. Hi there. So I'm saying, actually, you know, d takes e5 probably needs to be considered. D takes, queen takes, rook takes, bishop b6, rook moves, we take here, knight c5, we... Oh, this is better, hang on. Bishop b4, knight takes... Oh, no, we got this position. Knight b6 here. Rook on d7. Rook on d7 here. Really? No, that's not good. Friendly knight b3, bishop b4, knight takes. Knight c2, knight b6. And that's nothing for white. Let's go back there again. I think I'd given rook e8 before. And here, bishop c7 is holding the b6 square. So if we put the rook on d7 instead, and I don't think we can take here. You got this. I don't know what do we do here. Not too many squares for the bishop. Forget that. I think on now just d5. d5. Forget d takes. Just d5 space advantage. We're kind of locking down the bishop over here. We've got this space advantage. If and it looks quite nice to have this position. We can work on the king side later. We can castle on f4 at some point. I've got this d6 side here, knights, nice knights entrenched. Let me just d5, just avoid the complications. d5. If c takes d5, c takes, we're opening up this bishop. We've got these nice bishops here. We just try and work on the c file later. d5. What do you guys think? Guess the move. D takes or d5? He's played d takes. Oh. So I don't know. Maybe he doesn't take the queen though. He does take the queen. All right. Bishop d6. There's rook d7, and this is a flaw with rook d7. Is there a flaw with rook d7? I'm just wondering, actually. Maybe just white castles. Or king f2. Castles. This is awkward. Bishop f8. Actually, this is going to be a check. He's playing bishop b6. Let me just rook d7. Rook d7. Castles. Let's check this out again. Take. Knight c5. Okay. Now b4 looks crazy. Knight b3 looks crazy. Black would surely be okay here. Bishop b4, knight takes. Knight c2, knight e6. What about just in this position, castling, just to keep the tension here? This bishop doesn't look too great. In fact, if bishop f8, we could just take that, have this position. Now we've got this entry point on d2. No. I think just black plays rook d7. Does anyone see anything wrong with rook d7? Let's play rook e8. Well, now I think we can take here. Knight c5, bishop b4. No, bishop. Bishop b4. Knight takes. Knight c2. Knight b6. Take. The exploding pumpkin, he doesn't have to play b for an initial position. Rook takes a8, then rook d1. Takes. Oh, c5. Yeah? Wow. C5. Just keep an idea on. Ooh. Yeah. Bishop f8 though. Bishop f8 might be a killer. And we've also got knight d7 on the cards. I mean, it's too loose, the c5. c5 is too loose here. Right. What do we want to do with this? Castle queenside. Blimey. He's going in for this. Has Ruzen seen something intriguing? Bishop b4, knight takes, knight c2, knight b6. Wait a second, there's bishop a5. Bishop a5. Because actually we've got this protecting. Where does this knight go? No. c5 here. Gonna end up with liability. Bishop c5. No. Bishop d6. what's wrong with knight c5? I mentioned bishop c7 before, actually. I mentioned bishop c7 before. Just bishop c7 here. Oh yeah, it was controlling the b6. This is what I mentioned before, and I went back to bishop b4. The original analysis was with bishop c7. It controls the b6 square. So if we take knight c2, there's no knight b6. We just take here. We're protecting a1. We've just got bishop c7 here. And if rook e7, that's a disaster. Bishop d6. This is bad news for black. I was looking at rook d7 rather than rook e8 before. There's a weakness of rook e8. It's not controlling this c7 square. Bishop c7 controls b6. This knight's actually very useful for protecting a1 and pinning this knight to the rook. Oh. Wow. So black's treating this as a pawn sack. Just for dark square control. Maybe this is coming up later. Fair enough. It would seem. If b4, we can trap the bishop with b6. So if we move the bishop to c7, whoa, pardon me. Knight c5. Let's to here. Oh no, just take that. Knight's controlling c7. What do we do? Gonna get this bishop out. And knight e2. Put the bishop over here. Knight c5. Okay, what do we do here? This bishop looks a bit silly on a5. Oh. Poison pawn? Was this a pawn and poison pawn? Black's now threatening to just trap the bishop. Let's go with knight d1. Gives the bishop retreats. Bishop b4. Let's put the bishop on d2. Rook takes. No, black looks better here, doesn't he? I don't know. What do we do about this bishop? What do we do? b4, b6, b5. Take. That's c5, the fragmentation. Hold on. No. Crazy idea. Rook d1. So if b6, we can sack the exchange. Takes. Changes the picture. We've got a5 coming up. Knight a4 to c5 later. Knight. Wow. Knight d7, rook d1, b6. We just take. See if we can get this big knight on d5. What do you think about this rook d1? Fascinating. There's knight c5. We can use that c7 square. Bishop c7. Oh, he's played knight c2. Knight c2. Ah, he gives bishop b4. b6, bishop b4. Clever. So bishop effect taking away b4 again. So b6 again threatened. And what about here? Rook d1 again. Let's renew this idea. b6 taking. Is that terrible? Bishop c5. So b6 again. So knight c2 facilitated bishop b4, but now again b6 is threatened. What do we do about b6 this time? We could move this knight to get the bishop on this diagonal. Knight d1. Then if b6, bishop goes back here. Oh. Knight here. a5. Oh, knight b3. A2. No, I've always got B4 there. Knight D1. It gives the bishop C3 on B6. B6 here. Knight here. You can play also A5. Less palatable. I mean, knight D1 isn't played. I really don't believe this exchange sack. It's like for 2 pawns, though. 2 pawns. Bishop C5. I don't think that's that hot here. We've still got a problem with A4 here. It's not really 2 pawns, it's shaking. Knight B1 has been played. Knight B1. Wow. Knight B1. Doesn't let the bishop come like this. Is that better than Knight D1? So B6. Bishop would come here. Knight C5. A5. Fascinating. So Knight C5. Got Knight B3 for a laugh. Rook A2. Oh, draw. Knight C1. Draw. They can't draw before move 30, I think. Or can they? By repetition. B6 was threatened. The bishop's given C3 now, and D2. But here, you know, if we play A5, Knight B3 is a repetition. That's Rook A4. Actually, Rook A4. No, Knight C5. It's getting ridiculous. Nope. So Knight C5. Oh, instead of B6. So Bishop C3. Alright, we can just take the pawn immediately now with black. Or play Knight B3. Oh, Bishop B4. Oh, so if taking here, actually we've got knight c3 here using the pin. C5. C5. Let me take a4. Black can't take an a4. Now knight b3 here attacks the rook, and then we attack the knight. So if takes, we've got check.
Check.
And king d2. Well, you know, we can just do this. We can take here and knight e6 for a juicy knight on d4. That might be good compensation there. F5, try and take here. Knight b4 to d3. Exploding pumpkin. Does white want to draw? I think I have no idea really what's going on here. It's been a bit materialistic with this pawn grab. Black sometimes in the King's Engine does get a good play on the dark squares. There's a classic game of Garry Kasparov where Kasparov sacked his queen against Karpov just for getting, I don't know, a rook and something, but there were strong knights like on d4. So at minimum we could get a strong knight for a pawn here on d4 if we really wanted. This position looks very interesting. You know, if knight takes this check, king's still in the centre. And here, I mean, this looks, you know, what does actually white do here? So he takes knight
Check.
Take here to try and get this guy. So this position I would fancy almost with black being a bit dynamic. So say
check.
you played check and f5. We've got kind of this great knight here. I don't know if that's enough for a pawn. Maybe Cobian likes this position. This is enough for a pawn. Or is it? Is it? See, I think bishop e6. Then like rook f8. And this rook's a bit silly. Like trying to take later on e4. and come down the F file. This knight could be quite useful as a pawn sacrifice idea, but yeah. But if black, okay, black's probably not going to play like that. If black wants to gain the pawn back, rook takes. Just rook takes. Rook takes. Knight takes. Bishop takes. Again, we've got this, well, without losing a pawn. So this looks, you know, very nice for the knights on the dark squares. Actually, b3 is even the problem. This sort of position looks okay for black as well, without even being a pawn down, in fact. So actually, so there's a question about the obvious rook takes a4. You see, this kind of maneuver is useful in Perk in the Piets to do that anyway, and it seems white's helping that maneuver to get a knight to d4. With these two pawns here, the d4 square is more vulnerable than usual, and that's usually a nifty maneuver to get a knight to d4. So has white's bit of naughty pawn grabbing facilitated, accelerated a dark square knight maneuver? Does anyone think I should play in the London Classic? There's 3 days left to enter. I have to pay a late fee. The London Classic FIDE Open. I'm still wondering about it. So, as black, should we try and predict the move? I think rook takes a4. Doesn't look as though it loses or anything. Knight takes a4 looks a bit dodgy because of the pin. Something like knight c3. Okay, this bishop is protected by c2. But why would black want to do this? Black just looks less comfortable than just taking on a4 with the rook. We're just hitting this. Oh, we're not actually threatening that rook. What's happening on these other games at the moment? We've had some goings on here in the Kamsky game. d6. Okay, so we had e6, knight d5, takes, bishop e5. Still, why not b5, b6 for black? Is that terrible? Maybe f6 first. He weakens e6. Let's have a quick look at this. e5. Oh, f6. Oh, f6 has been played. Bishop g3. Rook d8. Ah, there's a threat. Bishop d7 to get the bishop out. Maybe on this diagonal. The Exploding Pumpkin. I wish I could enter the London Open. Unfortunately, I live in Denmark. Do you have a FIDE rating? Exploding Pumpkin. Bishop d7. That was on the cards. Surely. What is this? Bishop d2, queen b6, bishop e1, entry, bishop e4, bishop f1, bishop h6. Wow. What is this about? I don't know what Robson's tactical thinking is like. It's crazy. What is this? Bishop h6. What's he doing with this? White does seem passive. This knight's a loose piece alert here at the moment. How does white sort that out? If knight c4, queen a6, mind you, we got is that a big deal? We got the queen protected. We could play knight c4, surely. Knight c4. Oh, hang on. This is diagonal. Right, so if we played rook c1, takes, and disaster. Sort of prophylaxis in a way. Bishop h6. Stopping rook c1. Bishop h6, interesting. So it's like rook c1 stopped for bishop takes and knight takes this diagonal. Black hasn't committed to anything yet. Deep thinking about this, it seems. Actually, why have the clock stopped? Have they agreed to draw? wonder if I could have been off in a draw or something. Clocks have stopped here. Bishop d7 there. Some light pressure. Just forget the pawn, just play f5 as well. There's another move. So there's knight b3 as a sort of pawn sack as well. So knight b3. Knight d4. There's rook takes a4. Possibly. No, I think it's still going on. Suppose we could look at knight b6 as well. No, surely not. But there is an interesting possibility of f5 here, just to forget the pawn for a moment, just to undermine e4. Still connected, aren't I? I'll just check if I'm still connected. ICC, that is. Surely I am. Yeah, it's responding to commands. Yeah. The clock's just not moving at the moment. How is that? On his chock. What's happened here? Oh. E5 looks so tempting. This could be interesting. If we just play E5. Where's the knight go? Here. There's this problem with knight b3. There's also bishop b5. That's the pin. H4. This knight is controlling these two squares. Let's h7. Do h7 here. Oh, knight d6. Hang on a sec. Knight d6. Trying to get this g5 square. Takes. Knight g5. And just take.
Check. Check.
Take this position. Just pawn sack does nothing, does it? We got nothing. We don't want to play knight d6. Nothing. Just h4. Bishop c6 on this diagonal rook h. It could be a nice little attack. We've got knight g5 here. It's an e4. This knight goes here. It looks passive. We just can pin this. No, we can't. This bishop's eyeing d1. Knight wants to go there. Hi, Snake Critical. Is knight d5? What do you guys reckon? Knight d5? What does white do? I don't know. I think my FIDE days may be over. I haven't played any FIDE tournaments this year. I have played endless bullet games and 3-minute games because they're fun. And I've played for the chess club successfully in the new season over the board. So that's my closest to serious chess. So anyway, but I enjoy commentating. I think I do kind of enjoy commentating. So what will happen here is h4 a grotesque, terrible move you just reserve for blitz games, or do you want to play it here? I just don't know what white plays though. I don't know what white plays. Bishop b5 might be a nuisance here. We can't use the d file. We can't use these two squares. What does white play here? This pawn sack doesn't look good. I don't know. I'm left with h4 in this position. h4? h4 anyone? What do you reckon? And there's bishop b5. That could be a right pain. This knight has got b3 as well. Well, I think we could take here though. No, we can't. g5, h6, knight e4. Take it here now. d6. What else do you do? h4 offends me to the core, sneak critical. You know, sometimes it's positional, but he's played knight d4. Okay. Knight d4. Alright, the knights look pretty here. Knight d4. Oh, maybe just queen h5 coming up. Oh, he just got his queen h5. I don't know. This is how I sound when I'm doing live commentaries for hours. Not too dramatic. Saving energy. Hi there. So queen h5. Queen h5. g6, queen h6. No, this looks good as well. Knight d4. Fair enough. Knight d4. Didn't see that one. Knight d4. We've got queen h5 possibilities. So we don't need these two squares. We can use h5. The knight is a loose piece on d4. Knight f4 is possible. Or is it? That actually controls h5. Bishop takes, queen takes. Well, on the bishop, bishop e3, queen h4. That's knight f4. Looks like pain. And actually, if queen e3, we've got queen takes d4 for knight e2.
Check.
What's the matter with knight f4 in this position? There's no check or anything. Queen g4, queen d4, queen g4, queen d4. I don't know. We're threatening knight e2 check to win the queen. Bishop takes. Let's take this. Knight f4. Knight f4 looks good for a moment, based on what I've just seen. Knight f4. Might be time for another tea, actually. Might have a tea. Let's quickly browse the other games first, see anything mega exciting. Whoa! What's going on here? Taking on b6. Okay. Ascent against Robson hasn't progressed since that last interesting position. Robson's using a load of time, if that's the clock situation. Jacobian, okay. So what do we have? We had rook takes a4. Takes e4. I think just knight e6. No, I think black might have missed an opportunity there for something more dynamic. I think black. I think if you. This doesn't look as dynamic as knight b3 or f5 even. I think, I don't know. I think white's perfectly okay here. Now, white looks okay there. In fact, white might be playing c5, knight a3 to c4, and this knight controls d4 at the moment. I think white's okay. The worst is over. If that pawn grab backfired, I think the worst is over. But this is the fascinating one, is the honest choke at the moment. Well, let's clear these for a moment. Honest choke. G6. G6. Wow. Why? I wonder what was wrong in knight f4. But anyway, so here we've got bishop h6. If we want, does that do anything? Why? Knight c4 here. Queen a6 or queen c7. Oh, this is an interesting question to see if we can come up with anything. If queen a6, is that bad, or queen c7? So that's the question while I'm getting a tea. What do you reckon? Queen a6, queen c7, or something else? I'm going to get tea on that now. Queen a6 or queen c7 there. I think those are the two main moves. Let's So knight takes d4. Blimey, is this is a loose piece. Knight takes d4. Oh, he's playing knight takes d4. And queen a6 or queen c7. Okay. What's happened? Clearly, big decision here for black. Aha. Rook b3. I must admit, I didn't see rook b3. That's why it's there. He's got persistent pressure on the queen side. That's going to help white have that move. For bishop takes b6 without losing b2. Meanwhile, e5, bishop f5. No, this is tricky. Bishop d7, rook takes, bishop c6. Should be okay for black. Actually. Oh no. I was thinking d5, but we've got this back row issue. Just gonna get mated on the back row. So what do we do here? Just take and g3 maybe. And then what? Looks drawish, isn't it? This position looks as though, although with this f5 here, and we've got d4, potentially problems on d4. Well, we're going to lose c6 though. Looks like I don't know. Just take, yeah, drawish probably. So Kobian against Kobian's game. Let's have a look at Kobian's game. So b3, knight c5, b4, king f2, c5. Oh, that weakens d5. Whoa, what's happening here? Why does black want to weaken d5 that badly? Because he wants this knight coming here. There's bishop e6. Oh, there's knight f6, hang on. King g7. I don't think that's that bad. We could just take here, I suppose. Use that b file later. So over here, knight takes, knight c3, and that looks nice. He just takes it. Doesn't look too terrible. We've got that d5 square now. Maybe just goes in. No, b5 or d5. b5 restricts this bishop a bit. Rook d1. Just going to try and d-file. Knight e6. It's taken. d5 square. It takes me just jump into c3. If knight e6, knight e3. What's happening there? Oh, knight f4 here. Yep. So actually bishop b5 is threatened. So knight f4 came true, just not immediately. So black actually did play knight f4, and now there's a threat of bishop b5. So bishop e3 was played. I wonder about queen h4, because it keeps an eye on c4. Well, it's gone to d5. Still got on c4. Also bishop c6, just to generate some weaknesses. f3. There's bishop e5. That's a pain. That was knight b6. Hold on a sec. Knight b6. Knight b6. So we got this bishop e5 pain. I know what we do about this bishop e5. Problem to solve here. What do we do about bishop e5? What does white do? What about, there's no rook d1. The bishop covering d1. This is also pain, bishop c6. This is the actual board position. This is the analysis board. If you try my correspondence style site, by the way, chessbowl.net. There's an analysis board where you can try out things just like this. And I'm thinking it would be nice maybe to have some visual annotations recorded. Actually, that'd be really cool, wouldn't it? I'll have to make a note of that. Okay, so white has some problem here. I don't know how to handle it. To be honest, it doesn't look nice to play knight b6, losing e5. This doesn't look palatable. We've got this horrible pin here. King solid. Doesn't look palatable. I don't know, do we try and take on c5 for a laugh? Bishop takes. This bishop, I don't know. What is this knight doing here? Nope. I wouldn't say that's good. Rook c1 was played. So this is allowing bishop b5. Oh, okay, we've got queen g4. Maybe. Queen g4. It's always on c5 if it takes. We can take like this to be on c5. Okay. Queen. Okay, so bishop b5, queen g4. Geary Iranian game. I think these positions are high enough at the moment. These four positions, there's enough going on. Rook e1. Right, keeping the tension there. d5. Oh, look at this d5. So d5 might be a move. I think the king has to get out of the way because I know the king has to get out of the way. Maybe, and I don't know. Because if the king doesn't get out of the way here, let's just say like f5, that's d5, ed, as bishop takes d5 here.
Check.
Trying to deflect the rook. Actually, and also winning immediately. I think the king probably steps out of the way. I mean, maybe here? Actually protects e8. I don't know, that 7th rank is a bit dangerous, maybe taking and rook e7. King f7, possible. bishop b5 here. Does anyone see anything better than pinning the knight? Pin and win? I don't know, I'm biased. That looks like a pin, which is useful. Yeah. What's wrong with bishop b5 here? Put that on the board. Any objections? Bishop b5. It looks like an annoying move. Oh, by the way, we've got. If you have got time to like the video, please do. We're up to 19 likes at the moment. So if you do like this kind of commentary, bishop b5 has been played. So bishop b5 has been played. I wouldn't volunteer the bishops that easily. This dark square bishop's got potentials, but Master Muppet indicates bishop takes c5. Okay, let's have a look. Bishop takes c5. Queen takes c5. We do have b3 indeed. No, that's good. Yeah. It's sorted out a problem. Radical. Just give up the bishop. Play b3. Yes, we've got cement of c4. Not bad. That looks, yeah. All right, let's just try bishop takes c5 though. Okay, bishop takes c5. If b3. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is looking dodgy. Queen f1. Rook d8. Control this d file. And then we just this bishop is not doing much. No, I suppose there's always h3 to h5. h4. It's an idea. It's an idea to take on c5. What do we do about this horrible pin? What do we do about it? I mean. You know, maybe actually maybe knight b3 to a5. protects the rook, and then we go to a5. Don't know. Take. Okay, take. Bishop c6. Queen f1. Rook d8. Or rook d8. Just to control d1. Possibly knight. It's knight e3. Let's take this end of game. Looks horrible. We're going to keep e5. Can't be. Can't believe that. No, no. So black is actually threatening. Knight b3 maybe. And knight a5. Well, are we taking on c5? I mean, if we play b3 here, knight takes. We're going to take on c5 first. Bishop takes. It looks great to pin that pawn. b3, rook d8. Queen c2, Master Puppet, Queen c2. Master Puppet. Oh, I think we just got knight d3, yeah. No, we haven't. No, we just take that. No, we haven't got knight d3. b3? Is that any good? Bishop c6. f3. Hang on. There's bishop a4 here. In this position, there's bishop a. Oops. Right. Queen c2, bishop a4. And if queen d2, knight b3, getting pulverized there. We can't take anything, everything's hanging. With queen e2. Sorry, queen e2. Knight b3. There's rook d1. Okay, that's not a big deal. Bishop e4, b3. Bishop c6 first. Then we'll play this. Bishop a4. Let's play queen g4. Let's just play h5. h5. Oh, it's queen d4. Oh, we just take and then knight b3. Things are hanging. And the queen just goes back. There's queen takes e5 there. No, we've got c5 after. Okay. This position. Bishop c6. So it's f3. Right, maybe h5 is not good. Actually, just play rook d8 here to control this file. If we just do that. What's the matter with this? For black? Okay, let's check some other games though. Okay, maybe h5, I don't know. C1's being played there. Ah. Alright, we saw queen b5. Oh, that can come to h5. Wow. Wow. You can come to h5. Oh, this could be fun. This is very interesting. So queen b5 and then rook here. Here. And if we go here, g4, knight takes, h takes, queen takes,
check.
g2. Rook takes d4. Whoa. Actually, black's threatening bishop d3. maybe. Takes knight d4. Oh, it just takes her. No, it doesn't. Knight e5. No, there isn't. This position, knight e5. Nope. Maybe. Take.
Check.
Yeah. Bishop c3. Takes.
Check.
Takes.
Check.
f6. Bishop g2. Bishop g2. Let's play bishop g2. That's other possibilities. Or not really. G5, G4, oh blimey. Plausible. Let's queen h5. Is this terrible? I mean, he didn't play the normal, queen a6 or queen c7. The queen can go to h5 here with his queen b5. Would it though? Is this okay? What's the verdict here? I mean, it looks like a forcing move as well. Bishop g2. Actually, as soon as in this position, we just play knight here in that pin. Knight takes. I don't know. There's bishop g2. Kind of loosens c4 a bit. This is rubbish. This position. No, that's just doesn't look like. Forget g5. Because we've loosened c4, we could just go back and see what happens. Oh, he's just like that. Oh, of course. No, yes. Oh, blimey. What's going on here? Wow. So e takes, bishop takes, rook takes. What's the idea? Rook takes. No. Grab another pawn. Knight d6. Gold. Is he playing like Fisher? Just takes here. No, no, no. What's wrong with knight d6 here? I suppose we just take here. We take the queen. Oh, knight d6. What? Knight d6. We're hitting the queen, the rook, twice, the queen twice. Guys, what's wrong with knight d6? Does someone see a refutation? Isn't this good for whites? Somehow. He's played rook takes d4. Oh, queen, hang on. Queen takes f1.
Check.
Rook takes here. Ho ho! Oh, no! Really? Really? Is he inspired by Kobian yesterday? What's going on here? Robson's amazing tactically if this works. Oh no, White's just losing all his pieces. He's losing another piece here. It starts to be really cool. Queen takes f1. Queen takes f1.
Check. check,
Knight b2 is the best move. Tell your Mac. Okay, let's have a look. So knight b2. I'll still play queen takes f1.
check,
Rook takes. There's knight d3 here. Rook d3, rook d. No, we're not getting on. Okay, knight b. Okay, knight b2. That's a pain. We don't have to play queen takes f1. Is queen back? Or take here.
check,
No. I think just queen d7. And oh no, what's happening here? Take
check,
bishop g2, bishop c3 on this diagonal. So we'll look at this again. Queen takes.
check,
No, something clever here. Knight here, knight here. Interesting. If we just check briefly another game, while we're waiting for that move. So Kamsky is in the rook and pawn ending. Okay. Jacobian. There's been a lot of development here. That looks nice for white again. Kamsky Robson game, dramatic. Jacobian seems to have a slight advantage. Now that big knight on d5, active rook. And how did white solve this problem? Just took. Black just took. Oh. Ouch. Back row issue. Let's just see how dangerous this is. If we just retreat the rook. Knight b3. I think better. Knight b3. Can't see big deal. What's the big deal? Oh, knight a4. Oh, knight a4 is a big deal. Yeah. If we play b3, there's knight c3. We're on knight e2 now. King f1. We're going to just play knight c5 here. That's any better. Which is knight d7 as well on this one. No, that's an open knight a4. Anyway, so this is really the dramatic, I think the most dramatic position going, because we've got these discovered attacks on the queen here, as well as the rook. So talk about tactical. c3. If we take, take like this, take an e7, -6. We've got that pin still. And we've got bishop c3 on the diagonal. Ouch. If knight e4, queen takes e4. No, hang on. We're on the bishop here. Okay. Knight e4. Queen e3. We take this one, this queen takes d4. No, we're a pawn down. Pawn down. No, we're a piece up. Takes with this one. Takes, leaving that pin. Weakens f6. Weakens the dark squares. And we've got this bishop c3. That's stopped with knight e4. Irrelevant. Knight played knight e3. Didn't even see that move. Too much to consider here. Knight e3. So protecting. And attacking the rook. So if we go like this, rook takes, check.
Check.
It's not enough, is it? Black hasn't got enough pieces, surely. There. So forget that. What do we do with this queen? We'll just go back here. That's bishop b5. Maybe not. We just take here. Get 3 pieces with the queen again.
Check.
Forget bishop b5. Okay, queen d7. Oh, he has played queen d7. I got 50 points. 50 points. Queen d7. it was virtually the only move, I think. Queen d7. We got bishop c3 here. Just going into a pin for no reason. I think, just taking. Nope. Maybe not. Rook c3. Just holding that c3. rook b3 after b7. Rook c3. Holds the position on the c file. What do you think about this rook c3 here? Idea, bishop. So rook b3, bishop c3. Rook b7, rook hitting the diagonal. He's played rook b1. Oh, he's on b7 immediately. But it doesn't hold the c3 square. Alright, so b6. Oh, let's play b6. That's bishop a6. And king g2. Okay, what bishop a6? Is that plausible? If rook c7, we've got a check here. He doesn't play that. Okay, queen e2. Maybe the queen's going to a6. Or b5. Who prefers 3-minute auto pairing? Out of interest. I don't know. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, queen e6. Can we not just put the queen on a6 here? Is that silly? Maybe we don't want to leave kingside in a hurry against Robson. What is this doing anyway? It's eyeing a2. It's eyeing. Keep an eye on h3. I prefer. I don't know. I like the queen on f3. He plays a4 or something. Oh, he's putting it on b2. Right, so maybe bishop c3 might be on the cards. Let's just rook move. We move it back. Just for the sake of argument, let's move it back to d8. As I mean, bishop. Okay, let's move it over here. Looking at a2, a3. Oh, hang on. Knight e4. We've got knight g4, knight h6. This diagonal. It's f6. Rook e4. Might be threatening. No. Bishop's always got f2. Almost trapping the rook with bishop g2. Almost. No, it's got e5 and got a4. What do we do with these bishops? What does white do with these bishops? Here goes bishop g2, rook e5. It's bishop c3. They look good. I mean, I like that bishop here. Let's ignore that. d1. Yeah. Well, this is quality. This is really hard to predict, isn't it? Most of the moves. Quality. Right. Okay, we've got h5. h5. So we're trying to weaken the king a bit. We can take here. It's weakening e3. Is this time for bishop g2 here? Why not bishop g2? I'll put the bishop g2. What's the matter with bishop g2? I mean, we could. I like the bishop around here rather than on d3. Looks wrong here. I mean, there's tactical complications.
Check.
In fact, rook c1 check. No, not rook c1. No. Right. No, I'll put the bishop on g2. Looks cozier, doesn't it? Along that diagonal, looks cozier. I mean, it controls the d5 square as well. What's happening at the others? Rather cold day today, actually. My feet feel cold. I might put my trainers on. So this looks as though, was that a draw or something? Let's just check Solak against Kamsky if that was a draw. Why am I getting the trainers or doing anything else? I prefer the bishop on g2 personally, I don't know. Oh, hang on. There's rook g5 coming up. Also this h pawn is an issue. I suppose bishop b7 is put it on the diagonal. So there's no time for taking here. I'll just take here. So what do we do with this rook? Move it somewhere. e5. Put the bishop over here. Like this. Actually, we've got queen d4. Yeah, to try and get to d8. There, bishop b4. Alright, we've still got queen d4 on the cards to get the d8. So that's crazy, but I don't know. Queen d4. If check, if a5.
Check.
Getting to black's king. Takes.
Check.
Oh, it's got knight g. We've got knight g2. Then it went to c7. So this check.
Check.
And I don't know, where do we put the king? Over here? Away from the pin? That's bishop d5. Whoa! Ow! Bishop d5. So, actually... Oh! Bishop d5. Ouch! He's winning f7. Oh, that's brutal. Ouch. Okay. What's going on here? Queen takes h3. Then what? Hang on, this bishop takes e7 here. For queen takes f6. I think Robson's king safety is destroyed here. And there's a deflection check.
Check.
I don't know, this is getting ridiculous. No, I don't think it does anything. Oh, this looks crushing. This looks crushing. I don't know if the chat's waiting. This looks crushing. I think Robson's had it. His king's safety's been shot to pieces. Look at this coordination. Oh, he hasn't found it. Wow. Oh! What? Just bishop takes e7 is so crushing, it looks like. Oh, maybe it's Robson's lucky day. We've got the same position now. Bishop takes e7. Ah. How do we get that position repeated? If bishop takes e7, knight takes, we just mate.
Checkmate.
If rook takes, queen takes, we're mating. We've had a dramatic repeat. Oh, he's found it. How did he get away with repeating this? Was that the only queen move? He's checking this position. It's the only queen move back here. And don't tell me that's the only queen move back to go back. Maybe he's checking that. I'm afraid this looks like a kingside massacre. So there was a point putting the queen on b2. Robson's been out-tacticked. I can't believe it. He's been out-tacticked. It's to do with his own king safety being exposed. Knight g8. Didn't see that one coming. Oh, bishop takes f7. Now we're threatening bishop takes g8 mating. There is a rook c1 check.
Check.
To get the queen off. Looks a bit desperate. We just go back for more. I think bishop takes f7. So if rook takes, we've got...
Check.
Oh, hang on. King here? No way. Oh, we got check here?
Check.
We go like this. Queen f6.
Checkmate.
Ouch. Checkmate. King here. We'll just take this knight. This rook. No, we just take here.
Check.
Play knight. No, not knight f5.
Check.
It's queen takes f5. And queen takes f5 with the check.
Check.
That's okay. No. We play the check here.
Check.
F4 check.
Check.
Black's got rook takes. There's another check.
Check.
Here with knight g2.
Check.
He's going in for this check. Yeah, it's pretty forcing. F4 check.
Check.
Wins the rook, and we've got knight g2 check. Doesn't even need that. Rook d5.
Check.
Ah, even more clear cut, really. Whoops. It's been pulverized, I'm afraid. I think that's the end of Robson on this game. Yeah. Ouch. So the host nation's doing quite well on this match, it seems. Okay, I think Robson's resigned. Yeah. Yeah. He got hammered. Okay. Well, White kept his cool with these imminent queen sacks, and I don't know, got to Black's king somehow. Yeah. Bit of a crushing move. Bishop d5. This whole queen on the diagonal business. So Robson's been destroyed. Alright, so let's have a look at some other games. That was fun. I mean, fun in, you know, the fun sense of not fun for the team. Okay, well, let's see the other games. This one. This, I don't really like rook and pawn endings that much. Let's just check some of the ones. Okay, what happened here? Oh, knight a4, knight c3, king f1, rook d5. Ah. Oh. Ah. Okay, let's have a look at this. Initially, I don't think it looks great for white because this rook's kind of active. What if just taking... Oh, the rook takes c3. Okay, can't just take. Black cannot take.
Check.
If he plays rook e1, this is a bit of a pain, surely, for rook. No, that's probably a drawish. Is it a bit drawish? I think black might be content more to draw, knowing that Robson lost. The team acts as a single entity sometimes on a 4-board match. I think black might be interested in taking on f4 though. So king e3, just to repeat matters. It could be a repetition. I thought black was doing well earlier. But here white seems fairly solid if rook d1. Oh, happening. One moment. Okay, I think he's not going to do this. Like, I guess, is this a draw already? Did they agree a draw? The clock is still moving. No. Okay, they're going to agree a draw if black plays probably rook e4. It's going to be agreed a draw. I don't think Honest Chuck has got the killer instinct in this tournament, particularly from his previous games. I think he's just going to play, and he hasn't got the position here to do anything really. I think just king f3, I suspect. It looks drawish anyway. So let's have a look at this other one. Jacobian. It might be up to Jacobian to do something with this position to try and equalise the match. I mean, his position looks much better than before. He's going to have to try and grind black down. The bishop controls the knight squares for the moment. There's no dream of knight on d4 anymore. He's going to have to grind this down somehow. I have no idea at the moment. Looking at this, it looks quite fortressy for black. That's got very nice c5 knight. It's going to be difficult to break this position, I think. But I suppose it could start with just taking off one of the knights. No, his c-pawn. His c-pawn's vulnerable as well. So he can't play this. This black just takes. Surely considers taking here. I don't know what you guys think about this. It looks a bit difficult to crack. Black looks to have a decent position. Oh, the honest chook game is drawn. Okay. Apparently the honest chook game is drawn. So the pressure is being put on. This game's finished. Okay, I'll just make a note of that. Honest chook drew. So I'm just using YouTube streaming. Honest chook drew. Robson lost. So we've got this Kemsky's position. Let's have a look at this rook and pawn ending. He's giving up e5 to get this here. We have this kind of position which looks like a draw, really. Doesn't matter that white's a pawn up, and I would imagine Kemsky's not going to play that on for long, nor is white, if they're just going to try and win the match point. That looks pretty drawish, as drawish rook and pawn endings go. So I think it's going to be up to Jacobian to conjure up some miracle somehow. I have no idea. It looks like he's got, though, this backward pawn on the semi-open file. Does anyone see a winning plan for white here in the long run? Any winning plans? Interesting. It looks as though, Petrosian would be proud of black's blockade, or Nimzovich, and there's a backward pawn behind it. I mean, what do we do? What do we do? We can also potentially lose control of the A file if we're not careful, and then this will be, well, there's no pawns to attack, they're all pretty solid, but it's just a way of trapping the rook, so forget that. I would imagine, forget that. If we go here, it doesn't really do much. I think black, this knight coming back though might be a plan. If we try and undermine c5, it's pretty solid at the moment. Black could just wait, or consider just taking here. And we can get this ending
Check.
scenario. King can't go across here.
Check.
So if the king is on here, this looks like Actually, there's even knight b3 here. Takes, we've got rook c3 check.
Check.
And black would have a drawish rook and pawn ending, surely. I don't know if that's needed. This pawn might be better than that. I don't know about that. I don't know what the winning opportunities are. But I think for the sake of the team, he's got to find something here. What? I wouldn't play 40-minute games online. If you're going to play, I don't know. If you want to play long games, I'd try and find the local chess club. Otherwise, you could be put off for life. I mean, I'm not saying anything. Just generally, online chess. I mean, if you're going to play long games, I think most people just play online blitz or correspondence with loads of games. I don't think it's to be taken that seriously. What do we play? What can we play here? We can get a knight to f5. So king e2. I'm going to do a knight, getting a knight to f5. Don't think it really matters actually. This c pawn's always a problem. I don't understand really. You know, if white just played simple chess in the opening, if we just go back to the opening, I'd mentioned, I mean, if you avoid all these complications, I just wonder what was wrong with d5. Is that so bad? Would it have just been a block position or something? I don't know if that was so bad. Because we're kind of, you know, locking in this bishop. I wonder if Karpov would have played d5. But anyway, okay. So bishop c2. I think Robson's got the X factor for the team. He can win and lose. If you want someone to have the potential to win more than Honestchuk, you have Robson. So there's a good mixture of solid and dynamic players on the team. Unfortunately, today, unlike the last 2 days, Robson's now put the pressure on the others to do something to equalise this match. And there was no Nakamura today, who's only lost 1 game to Aronian the whole tournament. So Nakamura had a resty or something. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just looks as though, it doesn't look to be kind of, it's a very locked down, blocked position. I mean, black can always test white, just moving his king, maybe potentially. If black just moves his king backwards and forwards to ask white, well, what are you doing? I mean, is there any tactical tricks? Knight f6. I don't think we just take that. There's no tactical tricks here. Knight b6 we can just take, as long as the rook is protecting c5. This is pretty solid, protecting c5. So I don't know, these knight moves. The knight looks good on d5. This knight going to d3 would simplify everything, potentially. Or, I mean, I don't know how good this is. Bishop takes, knight takes, knight c5. We've got this thing. I mean, let's have a look at this ending here.
Check.
I mean, if black... Oh, this h6 pawn here. Oh, it's d6. That's not needed, is it? f6.
Check.
That'd be drawish, wouldn't it? Oh, it's rook d6. No, that's actually winning for white. Okay, I managed to find a way for white to win. So we just queen.
Check.
Right, so let's go back to this. Maybe this bishop d5 is wrong. We don't need to give white a big passed d pawn. There's no passed pawns at the moment. So knight d3, just kind of king e7 or king g7. Okay, he's played actually rook a7. Is there a threat? What if we just go here? Bishop a4. Let me just take here all the time. I just go back and ask white what he's doing. I don't think it's just yeah, just go back. What is white doing? in Rowson, Jonathan Rowson, I think it's Jonathan Rowson, is a very intellectual grandmaster, and he's got this 7 Deadly Sins of Chess book, and he says one of the deadly sins is wanting a certain result independent of what's in front of you. But here, I mean, wanting is an advantage. Sometimes, you know, you're just going to let the team lose if you just draw this. So White's got to try and play for a win somehow. So knight d3. I mean, we saw yesterday Nakamura's opponent ended up losing. I think he had a certain draw at one point, but he had to like try and win. So knight d3, even if White risks losing, to try and save the match point. Okay, so there's some pressure on the blockade at the moment. The blockade is also supporting b7. It introduces knight takes e5 to look out for at every time at the moment. What else does it introduce? There's also knight b6 as a potential threat at the right moment. So if f6, that could be a disaster for knight b6. No, doubt it. I don't think black can lose this with f6 even. Knight b6 we just takes. We've always got
check.
b7. So it's not, doesn't seem to be a tactical vulnerability here. But maybe black doesn't want to play f6. Maybe just king f8 again. If we play king f8 again, what does white do? Does anyone have any amazing winning plan here for white? I think black's pieces here are very good blockading c5 and protecting b7. That's a potential vulnerability. I can't see it. I can't see a plan here. Let's have a look at the other position. That was a draw. Get that. And what's happened here? Anything? Has this been agreed drawn or something? This Kamsky game. Let's still play. King G5 here. Let's have a look at the risk factors of King G5. If black played King G5, check.
Check.
Why did he just? I wonder why white didn't just take this pawn. It's intriguing. So play check.
Check.
King there. Just play here now. If he wants this pawn. Oh, if he gets this
Check.
position,
Check.
that's the improvement, I suppose. He wants the rook passive. It's a certain draw, isn't it? I mean, the king's actually not got any squares, and the rook's not got any squares. So I think the king's been encouraged to retreat to G7. Oh, hang on. This is trouble. Takes. No. It goes here. It'll be check now. If rook E2, it'll be check. Oh, blimey. So over here, there's F4. Undoubling the pawns. Oh, this is grim. Rook H4 check looks to be a finesse. So Kamsky is currently equal on pawns. He doesn't particularly want to go clear pawn down, I suspect. But his e-pawn is a bit weak. Oh, man. Yeah. F4 again. Don't know what Kamsky does. It looks like okay. There's also, of course, yeah. Don't know. Does anyone have any ideas here? What does black do in this position? What's a lesser evil move if black's actually worse here? I don't know. He went back here. So rook here. Oh, rook here. Oh, is that actually better than rook e5? So he's protecting b2. It's basically a double tack all the time on these two. This is looking a bit not very pleasant for trying to equalise the match with. Well, the last 2 days were good for the US though. It's just the day, I don't know. It seems without Nakamura, I don't know if they were somehow demotivated or something a little bit subconsciously. It looks though white's got this extra outside pass pawn. we just got this outside pass pawn. Oh, is black going to try and make white? I know it's pinned. There's no okay. Oh man, it's just miserable.
Check.
We've got to take care of h7 as well. We don't want that dropping off. Oh, it's miserable. In fact, white could try and keep winning chances alive on this game. Having a look at the other game, I'm going to play a match strategy. Okay, some activities happened here. What's happened here? Something happened. An exchange of knights. So let's go back. So knight d3. It's king g7, knight d3. He took, and then knight c5. The knight looks good on d5, but this one looks good on c5. It's, I don't know, there doesn't seem to be any winning chances for it. Does it? There's no winning chances for white here. Would everyone agree with that? Or are there winning chances? Well, there's pieces on the board. Bishop c2. I don't think black is interested in taking to give white a pass pawn, particularly. So, if black doesn't take, black just carries on moving his king backwards and forwards. What does white actually need to do there? Any ideas? Is anything for white here? I don't know. I can't see anything. As soon as he moves this knight, then we lose the c pawn anyway. If we could move it here, because that's protecting that for a moment, we can get knight b5 in. No, we'll just take and take
Check.
Pawn sack. And we can actually trap the rook. I'm not sure that's entirely clever thing to do. Okay, so forget that. So just he wants to leave the knight on d5 usually. There's no like f4 break. There's no breaks in this position. It's a problem. There's no pawn breaks here. Back in a moment. If anyone's got an idea for a winning plan, that'd be really interesting for white. Okay, what's happened? So rook. So okay. So bishop c2. We saw rook c6. Rook a5. Knight. Wow, what is black doing? Oh, what was the threat here? Rook a5. Okay, anyway, so knight a6 for some reason. He's found a new way of reverberating knight to a6 and c5 here. Oh, hang on, there was a threat of knight b4. Knight in this position. Knight b4. Almost looks at a5, e5. Anyway, knight a6 makes sure that knight b4 is not possible, and also looking at c4. So white plays, say, bishop d3. I don't know. What does black do? Knight c5. No idea. I can't see it again. What? Surely white has to protect the c4 pawn. Protect it like this. Bishop b3 instead. Knight c5. Bishop a2. Let's protect it like this. Rook a. Don't think that helps. Knight a6. No. He's protected like this. And if black plays knight c5, well, actually, there's also rook c5 here. What about just rook c5? If black wants to draw. No, mind you, just to kick the rook out. If we just kick the rook out, and then in this position, well, rather, what I mean is, in this position, if we have this position, then we go knight c5. And kick the rook out. I wouldn't imagine this to be very winnable. I think actually though, hang on, here there's a king. King wrote in actually what, a5 to b6. No, actually, b6% protected by the thing. I was going to have to do Magnus Carlsen job and try and win this somehow. But not even rook exchange has been encouraged. So knight c5. And if the rook tries to infiltrate here, it's got no real attacking points. So, I don't know, just... actually, there's takes. Rook a6. Oh, not rook a6. Let's not take. Doesn't bother taking. It's just giving white protected passable all the time. What does black want to do? Just maybe rook? What about? What is knight a6? Actually, there's a threat of knight e7 and potential check on g8. Let's play bishop c2 for a minute. If we go in with this, okay. No, I don't know. Can black have a rook exchange with rook a6? No, we can't, because rook takes c5. Can black play knight a6 here? In fact, he's on c4, so I think that's useful. And then bishop d3, and we go knight c5. And then, okay, if we tried, oh, he's tried bishop b3 now. So bishop b3, okay. Is he really going to go like this? Puts the bishop on here instead, and then there's a tempting offering for rook a6. Rook takes, rook takes. And white has winning chances surely here. So I don't know if black would want to do this. But white has winning chances, it would seem. There's imbalances, blockades have gone. So I wouldn't say rook a6 is desirable. And on knight a6, rook b5. Okay, so bishop b3, we have rook c5. Well, that's interesting for, if we take and put the bishop here, we've got this king route. In mind you, as soon as the king gets here, I think there's like knight takes e4 and taking this one to win this one. And we've got all these passed pawns coming as soon as the king tries to do this. But also, that might be a major snag. We just play this out. I'm just going to play this out. This position. So, okay. What does black want to do? It just brings his king like this. We go like this. Mind you, we don't want to lose h6 to a check and knight g8. Let's imagine. No, that is an issue. This would lose the h6 pawn. That's a pretty big issue to consider. For the king moving away from this h6. Right, so say we go here. We go here. Knight takes.
Check.
Takes. Bishop takes. We're going to get this pawn as well. We get this ending.
Check.
Let's just the piece up. Where is he? So in the game, for some reason, I don't know, wasn't that at all tempting to take the rook here? What do you guys think about that? In this position, would anyone have been tempted to take the rook as white to try and play for a win? Was that so terrible? I don't know. What? Why? Okay, so we have rook a4, rook c5, rook c8. Hang on a sec. There's a tactic here. Knight e7 to f5.
Check.
We're on h6. I don't think that could be probably ignored. Okay. Let's play rook a5. Potentially on e5 here. So black offers the rook again. Then what? Surely this has to be explored, taking the rook on c5. We'll just run that through again. Take the rook. Keep an eye on c4. Okay, go over here. I suppose there's always bishop d7 to stop the king coming in. I mean, there's knight takes e4. This knight takes e4 looks like it's winning for black, though.
Check.
If we get all these pawns and this one's weak, does white have enough time to queen this pawn? I mean, did like that. Go queen, pawn. It's another way, just bishop d7. Try and stop the king going up here. King can go to a5. No. Also c5 now. Mind you, let's check.
Check.
Knight e1. Might could lose. Once he loses f3, this is g4 and h5. That's not that pleasant, this position. There's knight e7. Playing king d2. So what's happening with Kamsky anyway? So Kamsky is wow, what on earth? How did he get that? Rooks on the 7th are sometimes good news, but yeah. Let's have a look at this. If we played h4, rook takes f2. We try double our rooks, the white rooks. Rook here protects f3 and keeps knight here. I don't see it. Check, there's king f4 here. I will lose h4. We'll lose h4.
Check.
Lose h7. Looks drawish. Let's go back to the other game. Okay, so bishop c2. I think it's the onus is on white really to come up with a non-controversial winning plan. If black was playing for a winning plan, then he could consider putting a knight on d4 like this, but he doesn't need to play for a win. So what if black just played knight a6 and yeah, knight a6. Okay, Kamsky game. It's going to burn out soon, surely. This looks as though it's burning out. Rook c3. Oh, that forces a rook off. Wow. Because both rooks are in need of. Oh, this is a painful move. Did anyone spot rook c3 here? Look at this move, rook c3. It forces the rooks off. I don't think Kamsky can be blamed for having a draw here. Is this finished? Did Kamsky draw? We're left with this Kobian game. The game was drawn apparently. It's official. It seems official that Kamsky game is drawn. Breaking news. Breaking news. Kamsky game is drawn. So 1 game to play. So it's a 4-board match. It's the Kobian game, which yeah. Kobian, can he rescue the match point? Or has he agreed to draw already? Just checking. Just checking this result. Looks pretty drawn. All the components are drawn, someone once said. Just while I'm checking this, have a look at this again. Let's just close that. Kamsky game is drawn, yeah. So this Kobian game is still going on. Interesting. So the knights did go back to c5. What happened exactly? Bishop b3. No, the knight didn't go to a6 necessarily. So black started thinking here. Knight d7. So he's actually threatening that c4 pawn. Doesn't knight d7 make the game mega exciting? Not really. Okay, no, knight d7 attacks the c4 pawn. So how do we defend c4? I assume either bishop d3 or bishop b3. If we try king c3 or king d3, that's interesting. So let's try king c3. This gives an opportunity for bishop takes d5, which is not really worth checking out usually. So anyway, bishop d3 has been played anyway. Bishop d3. And if the knight just goes to c5, we're going to get draw by threefold repetition soon. If the threefold repetition draw rule, it doesn't matter if they were if they happen to have the same position 3 times during the game with the same player to move, then it is a draw by threefold repetition. I don't know if we've had this position, how many times we've had it. Okay, king f8 was played, so king f8. King f8. King f8. So if we go and attack the pawn, Knight c5. Oh, sorry. Okay, king c3 is bad because of b5. Let's have a look at that. So, out of interest then, just theoretical interest. So, if you're saying, okay, on king c3 there was b5. Yeah, that would have been potentially bad news. Yeah. Yeah, takes knight b6. That would have been bad news. Actually, there's knight takes d5 threatens as well there. Yeah. So I don't think the king can ever do that to protect the c4 pawn. Good point. Thank you for that, VMMC. It looks as though b5 is ruling out king c3s. So anyway, back to the game. King f8, or rather, what was played? Let's just copy the game again. So we had knight d7, bishop d3, king f8, rook a5. Knight c5. We just play knight c5. I really like YouTube, I think, actually, for streaming, because it gets, there's lots of advantages of YouTube. It gets put on YouTube after, automatically as a video. So there's some other advantages here. I can't see that you can say Twitch has got better chat because Google owns YouTube and Google Plus. I think chat's massively improved as far as I'm concerned on Google Plus for the comments. And the ability to edit your posts now on Google Plus. So anyway, so well, what was happening? Rook. So is this game still going? Out of interest. What's the latest there? I think it's moved just to make sure what's going on. Knight d7, bishop d3, king f8, rook a5, knight c5. King c3 was played. Wow, we've got the king on c3. Breaking news. We've got the king on c3. Have a look at that. Just turn up the books. King can go to... Oh, the bishop has to move to c2 now. For the king to go here. And king gets there. It's a problem for black to solve. How does black solve this? This looks good for king b4 to a5. King b4. Yeah, to a5. If the check, king a5. King b6. Rook c6. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at the scenario here. So, okay, so here... Check.
Check.
The thing is, the c pawn's a bit of a problem. You just take here. You take here. Take here. Take here. These pawns are all a bit weak. That's not really the case. Let's try this again. King b4. Run the knight. Check.
Check.
Run the knight. That's too risky. Right. Bishop b3 here. Right, something else has happened. Bishop d7's happened. Let's just copy the game. Rook a5. There's b5 here. This looks quite vicious. Oh, knight b6. Maybe that's what Kovian wants. He just takes, knight takes e4,
check.
Just king b4. And bishops. There's no need for b5, actually. So he's just played bishop e6. And if king b4 here, check.
Check.
d5. So check here.
Check.
King d6. Whoa! Hang on a sec. If rook c7 we got knight a8. I'm not sure that does anything, but we got knight a8. If rook c7, there's almost a rook takes for check here if the bishop wasn't there. If the bishop wasn't there. What about check here?
Check.
There's a check here. What was wrong with that check there? If king g7, I suppose c4's problem. So he's played knight d5. And what now? Knight, okay. Has anyone got any ideas? If you haven't already liked the video, please do if you want. So we're up to 34 likes. Any likes appreciated. Thanks. 34 likes at the moment. Cool. This game could go distance. I don't know. Or are they going to agree a draw? It's 6 o'clock now in the UK. 6 p.m. Game started at 1 p.m. So it's 5 hours in. It's a 30-second increment. That's King B2, the start of a new plan for white. It looks as though I was about to say something about Bishop D7 actually. Bishop D7. Let's have a look at Bishop D7 for a moment here. Knight F6. Actually, knight b6 wins, doesn't it? Almost. Almost. Because rook c7, rook takes c5. Happy
Check.
ending. But I think just bishop. No, that looks to be a losing blunder if bishop d7 is played. I managed to find a losing blunder for black. Does everyone agree bishop d7 would actually lose to knight b6? Seems to lose, doesn't it? Everyone agree? Anyone still awake? Hi. Does everyone agree bishop d7 seems to lose in this position to knight b6? He hasn't played bishop d7. He's played knight a6. So bishop b3. And okay, if rook c5 here, just for the sake of argument, rook c5, what does white do? Thinking about this, rook c5, okay, it has been played on the board. Has white got anything here? He's just retreated the rook, okay. Bishop c8. Some configuration changes. I've seen the potential winning plan for white, or losing plan. White can play potentially for f4 if he wasn't losing this pawn chain, because if you imagine take g5, we'd have a fast h pawn. Taking here, we'd have e5 and king d4 with greater effect. Just something to bear in mind in the future. f4 is a theoretical pawn break in this position. Not quite here, but it's a theoretical pawn break which could happen in the future. Is anyone still awake? I just thought I'd just make a note of that. That f4, you can't rule out f4 in the future, can you? I think there's a classic Mikhail Botvinnik game where it seemed f4 was totally unplayable, and he played f4, and it was amazing. He won brilliantly. I think it might have been there might be in a game against Paul Kers, where he played this f4, smashed Kers, and it seems as though f4 was suppressed. I mean, that is a theoretical pawn break in this position. If you look at it theoretically, taking, you get an h pawn, which is dangerous after g5. If taking like this, you get this e pawn, and you get access to the d4 square. So it's something to just bear in mind. So anyway, king c3 has been played, apparently. So Puffer Z fish. Yeah, I think the problem is that white can't get his king to b6 as long as the rooks are on the board. Black needs to only play rook c6, stopping that nonsense. Blimey! Blimey! Newsflash, we've had b5. Whoa! I think this must create winning chances but losing chances as well. Theoretically, surely it creates winning and losing chances to play b5. It's undermining black's own control of grip, you know, of these squares to move this pawn. Now rook a5 doesn't seem to do much because of b4 check.
Check.
Winning the rook. And we just take the rook. Non-controversially. It's a bit of a pain, it would seem, but this is where something like f4 might be very, very interesting, because we've got this king d4 resource. You know, if taking king d4, which is now threatening rook takes and then king takes. I mean, let's have a look at this. If it takes here, g5 to tie the king down, try and tie the king down, or I don't know how convincing that is really. Ooh, we lose this pawn as well. I'm not really sure. He's just played king d3 anyway. But that might be a sign of, you know, some sort of impatience to have played b5. I don't know what the patience threshold of GMs is. I mean, but king, okay, b5. It's completely avoiding all the free-fold repetition possibilities because a pawn has moved, so it's fundamentally different to the other positions. So there's far less chance of a free-fold repetition now. Oh no, is black really cracking up? This looks controversial as well. And this was very, very quickly played. Rook a7. Brusen could be the hero today. He had a brilliancy yesterday, and it looks as though he might be a hero all of a sudden. Because I don't trust this structural change here. I think it's in white's favour. Knight takes d5. E takes, gives pass pawn. e4 for the king. You know, maybe after takes, we've got e4 for the king. We've got a rook on the 7th rank. Okay, so maybe as black cracked up.
Check.
Takes. Knight e6. It's a fundamentally different position now. Got this possibility of knight b6 here. We're threatening knight takes and then bishop takes, and it looks trivially won. with rook h7 on h6. What does black do here? If knight d4, we just take on f7.
Check.
I think he's cracked it. I think that did create losing chances when black played b5. The chat's still working. This is getting mega exciting all of a sudden. Knight b6. I think black's had it. Vrusen hero. What does black do here? White's threatening to just take and play rook h7. That looks not good. So let's have a look now. This has been played. Knight takes, rook here, just winning h6. Surely. I think that's lost. Isn't it? We're going to take this and we're going to come for this. Oh, black's going to be gutted. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so it's going to be a drawn match if Rosen wins this. Drawn match. Fantastic. Jacobian had to keep on playing. He did exactly the right thing for the team to equalise. So he had a brilliant game yesterday, and he's been the hero today. Incredible. Incredible couple of days for Jacobian. It's miserable now. It's really absolutely miserable. If anything, white had this long-term advantage with that passed h-pawn, and it's been revealed now in the position. It's huge. I mean, look at the pawn structure as well. It's not nice. These double pawns. Once h6 is chipped off, g5 will be easier to drop off. Amazing. Amazing save for the match, for the team. They were one down. It's only four board matches. These are critical. Each game, absolutely critical. Okay, so rook here. Well, that just loses the rook to check. End of game. All right. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, please like the video if you haven't already. Likes always appreciated. We're up 44 likes. Hope you like that. So yeah, patience. I know we were getting bored, but the opponent was as well. He went for b5, so he was getting maybe bored as well, frustrated or low on time or something. And so that's sort of cracking under pressure. Okay, so it was a draw today with the host nation team, Turkey. All right. Thanks very much. Maybe see you tomorrow if there's a match. There's a match tomorrow, I think. Okay. Thanks very much. Comments or questions on YouTube.